done. And so, is this thing on? My dear fellow Zrilians, as you all know, a few years ago, we discovered an intelligent species in outer space. They call themselves the humans, or mankind, and we have been studying them with great interest. Now it was our mission to establish a surveillance outpost secretly on their homeworld, which they call the Earth. But this mission was a failure, and I stand before you here today to explain to you what went wrong. You see, the largest planet in their star system, which they call Jupiter, catches most of the celestial objects that enter the system, which protects the Earth from fatal impacts. But as we were approaching the Earth in the radar shadow of this large planet, we were struck by one of these objects, and our ship was destroyed. I was the only survivor. My 2 companions found immediate death. I, however, was able to land on the moon Europa, which is a bitter cold world with no volatiles for me to breathe, and I will now tell you what exactly happened. first order of business for me was to bring the oxygen tank, which for whatever reason had been packed into our lander, into safety, because it was already cooling down. From 20 degrees Celsius it had cooled down to almost only 17. It was really that cold. It was minus 140 degrees Celsius during the day. No, I thought. Because I'd made yet another mistake. Time was short. Every bit of wasted time could cost me my life. And I was quite unsure whether I would survive in the first place. I was so disorganized in my panic, I didn't know what to do. As I was an experienced engineer, I knew there was method to my insanity. Yet, I could not know if I would make it. The stakes were just too high. It was already night. I could not see the hands in front of my eyes. And I realized I had made yet another mistake. But it was understandable given the panic and the grief that was still near, for my companions had died. I did not know what I was doing, for my plans had proved wrong in the simulator so often, and so I was a bit confused because of the panic and the grief. And I hoped I would not overheat the little room in which the oxygen tank was waiting for me. Now I thought it was time to erect some walls. How was the oxygen tank doing? I was trying to measure it. Its temperature was increasing from 9 degrees Celsius, so it looked as if I had done it right. But I had to take care, because the gas in the airlock could overpressurize from heat, and so the airlock would take damage. I would have to take care. Where was the locker, I thought?
Power low.
Then eventually I found it. Unexpectedly, in this great. How are you? No damage yet. Promising, I thought. Then I saw the temperature had fallen. It was even 10 degrees colder during the night. I had to wait for the sun, which was nowhere to be seen. Without the sun, I would not be able to move out and gather resources. But without resources, I would be absolutely dead. I was absolutely clear about that. So as soon as the sun was out, I would have to move quickly. And so I prepared for this moment. at the 12 liters water canister and saw it was already at 4 degrees. Very, very cold. So I tossed it in with the oxygen tank in hopes that it would warm up slightly. The oxygen canister was at over 20 degrees, so I rejoiced. Even the water canister was heating up. I saw the sun was up, but the atmosphere was dark. I wondered what the reason was, and then I realized. Jupiter. It must be behind Jupiter. It is already day, and so I realized the days they would be short, and I would have to make haste when the sun was up.
Hydration critical.
Before I could even begin to gather resources, which were so dearly needed, I was already so thirsty I knew my body would take damage soon. I was already in a dire spot, even though I had only just landed, only minutes ago. I knew it was almost the time. And there it was, the sun. I turned off my light. I saw nearby copper and gold, very valuable, but I chose to fight further first, to get resources that otherwise I could not find during the night. And I saw them, precious volatiles, the only thing that I can breathe, and so I went for them. But I knew that my priority otherwise would have to be coal. Wondering how I could possibly get these volatiles that I found on this moon into my breathing canister. I did not yet have any clue as to what to do, but I knew I would have to gather them. The only way. Then I moved on to find coal, or so at least I hoped I would find. And there I saw it, but I also saw oxide, which I knew I would eventually need for the furnace. And so, not to be completely helpless if the time would come, I immediately gathered some of it, in hopes that it would not block my inventory too much. For you see, the space of things that I could carry was very limited. Then coal, precious coal. The only way for me to escape the cold. But first, I would have to gather a lot of iron to close up my station and to build the furnace, which I would use to heat the station. Even though that is ill-advised, but I had no choice on this cold world. I was fortunate to find lots of coal at once, but I knew the sun was already moving on to other venues, and so I had to be quick. Before the sun would be down, I would have to bring iron, else all of this would be futile. And eventually, I would also have to bring water, but that was still a ways off. Suddenly I realized my thirst was getting to me. My body was beginning to take damage. I was suffering the absence of H2O. I was wondering, should I take a sip in the coal? But no, I would not. Then I saw iron and immediately went for it. I tried to remember the coordinates of my station. I would have to go to about 0 degrees on my compass, which even though I was panicking still, and agreed and it shook, I would be able to remember, I thought. My health was on the decline. My body was taking damage, but I could not take this into consideration. I was still well enough, and I had to continue. It was vital. Then I found some silicon, which I knew I would need to make some gas sheets, and also a water bottle filler. The only way for me to get more hydrogen, or H2O, from the environment into my system. And then I saw the sun was low, and it was time for me to return home. But I did not. I knew it was close by. I knew where it was, and also I thought. Then I found copper, but I also needed gold, and lots of it. I rejoiced in the realization that I was actually capable, during my first mining run, to take with me all of the things that I needed, not in that amount, but all the different varieties. I didn't yet get lead or silver, But that was for later, when I would need to make my automation, or would have to potentially print another tablet. Degrees, I tried to remember, though in this location the number would probably be slightly different. It would not be 0, it would be, well, 350, or so I estimated. What?
Health low.
My health was on the decline. I ignored it. I had to keep going. This mining run, it would have to work out. I didn't have time. Then I was suddenly interrupted by a message. I ignored the message. I realized it was for my system. The first thing I planned to melt was the iron. Then I would begin to close up the floor of my station and the walls and ceiling. Then I returned home.
Hunger, caution.
Or so I thought. Where is my station, I thought, in the darkness. It could not be far. I had remembered where I would have to go. Where could it be? How far would I have to go? I could not find it, even though it was extensive. Would I die for no good reason, just because I had lost my way in my greed? But no, then I found it, and I rejoiced.
Power low.
I even rocked my joystick slightly. Then, once more, I checked the temperature of my oxygen tank. It showed 34 degrees. I liked this. I knew it would eventually cool down again, and so it was valuable to me that I had some reserves. Then I began to burn coal, which I would have to do a lot in the near future, until I would have a glorious station battery, one of the greatest accomplishments of Zrilian technology. My health was further on the decline, and I refused to take anything into my system. It was not yet the time. I looked on the calendar. It told me I had about 6 days before the storm would hit that I had seen from orbit. I was unsure if I should print already another locker to keep things orderly. For order is not just something a Zrilian would strive for naturally, but also necessary for fast access to all my things. I realized had printed way too few iron sheets, and so I started my 3D printer again. I thought I closed up the entire floor, but to be sure, I took a surveillance run. I took a survey. Not surveillance, no. Still, our failed mission was in my mind, and so my thinking was confused. I was forgetting the importance of my immediate survival. I realized more printing would have to happen, and so I took it upon myself to go out and find the iron ingot. I realized that conservation of momentum was a thing when it came to ingots. For some reason, though, it was not when it came to crates. And then I saw I would also need iron balls. The ceiling was far from done. And I would have to melt to smelt more iron, and so I did. Much more iron would still have to be used for the printer before I could deem the station closed up. The arc furnace was once more done with its dark task, and so I started another round. Then I understood what had transpired, when I had changed the station battery. I thought the station battery hilarious to think of my small battery down there in my area power controller as the station battery, but that was the truth. So, when I had changed it, for a short moment the electricity had given out, and that was while there had been an interruption in the smelting process. Finally, I had closed up the entire ceiling, or rather, I had completed its scaffolding. My health was declining rapidly.
Health critical.
And so I thought maybe for me it was the time to take a sip of my water. And so I did.
Hunger critical.
Now, with no more air in the room that was very cold, I could open the attack, and so suddenly I was surrounded by the temperature of 34 degrees. And realized that some of it was actually wasted, because I stupidly had forgotten to turn off the air pump. But it was good enough for the purposes. And so I finally opened my helmet.
Oxygen critical. Oxygen critical. Oxygen critical.
And then I had filled myself. Once again, I removed the oxygen from the room in hopes that the vacuum would allow the warm oxygen canister to stay warm. Just to be safe, I decided to burn more coal, and realized coal was really still one of my main desires.
Health low.
Once again, I received the warning of my suit computer, but I ignored it. Or it was done. My health was in the process of increasing, so why would it warn me that my health was low? It did not make sense. Now, having been so much in the cold, I chose to replace all my batteries to be prepared for further blunders. And more.
Suit critical. Temperature low.
And then I
Temperature
cursed it.
critical. Low pressure. Oxygen critical. Pressure critical. Air tank low. Cognition low. Low pressure.
Seriously, I thought? All this for naught?
Power low. Air tank critical. Low pressure. Suit damage. Temperature low. Temperature low. Temperature critical. Temperature low. Temperature low. Temperature low. Temperature critical.
I was in a dire spot. I didn't
Cognition
know
low.
how to continue, for I had no way of melting my volatiles. And then I didn't
Cognition
know
critical.
exactly
Wave type critical.
what to do about it. And so I cursed several times. But after a few curses, well, I opened my eyes and realized that the exhaustion of the adventure had actually made me fall asleep, and so I had only dreamt of the catastrophe that had befallen me. And ridiculous, I thought. Of course, it was just a dream, because what had happened was really impossible. I mean, I had taken a little lump of copper ore from my suit, and this had then suddenly exploded my suit as if it had manifested in the air out of nowhere with an absolute force that has nothing to do with reality. And so, no wonder it was only a dream. Such a thing could never happen in reality. not to say that it was unrealistic.
Power low.
I decided to burn some more coal. The sun was out. I would have to make use of it. And so I did. Were my batteries still fresh? No. I had not yet swapped them. Or it had only been a dream. Gold, I thought. Gold I need and coal. Coal most importantly. Where would I find the coal that I needed? I was flying with my jetpack, whose resources were dwindling. Where would I find the precious coal, the black lights? It mattered to me so much, I had to find it and drill it. And then I saw it actually had been near my station. And so I took my drill to the black lights from behind, because that mattered so much to me that I went out and did so. And I did it, and I did it again, and that made me survive. I was wondering if there had been something in my food that I had to dread something as ridiculous as something manifesting in the air in front of me, destroying my suit all of a sudden. How could such a thing enter my mind ever? Unbelievable, I thought, while I was mining urgently. I would also have to mine gold this time, for last time I had forgotten it. But coal was much more important, for I would need much more of it in the near future. It would be the foundation of my progress. Again, I thought of the death that I had encountered in my dream. I thought, even if such a thing were ever to occur in reality, it would not count, for such a behavior of reality cannot be accepted. A sudden explosion in the air that takes me away even though there's no cause of it? No. Just no. My batteries were low, I had to take care. Soon the sun would be down, so even when I would be digging at the surface of the gold near my station, I would use light.
Anti-critical.
Then I realized I was about to die, or there was no more air. And I wondered how to deal with this, particularly since the jumping mechanism and so forth.
Oxygen low. Oxygen critical. Temperature low. Temperature critical. Cognition low. Low pressure. Oxygen low. Oxygen critical.
It did not melt. Why did it not melt? It was too cold. How did it cool down so much, I wondered.
Low pressure. Cognition low.
Dude, seriously, I thought. Because I was so sure that this would work. So once
Cognition
again,
critical.
I closed my eyes and wished I could open them again. And so I did. And was glad it was just yet another dream that I had. This time, though, I realized it was a warning.
Air tank low.
A warning of things to come. And I also realized
Power low.
why I had missed it the last time. It was because of my terrible nightmare that I had had. Otherwise, I would not have lost my rhythm. This time, I hoped to use the technique successfully, for it had proved well in experimentation and simulation.
Air tank critical.
And I saw it was a success, as planned. Then once again I cursed the handlers of this thing that calls itself an air tank, for they are the opposite of useful. Maybe that was the intention, to increase the difficulty,
Low. Oxygen critical.
but I doubted it. I thought it was rather an indication of an as yet to be unfolded complete reality. This time, I assumed the volatiles would toss into the tank, which was now cooling down, and the bitter cold atmosphere would not get lost so much to the environment, for this time it was too cold to melt anywhere but to the inside. But I realized the tank had already grown too cold. It could not melt anymore. And so, the objective was futile. I had to heat up the tank before I could continue.
Air tank critical.
It was something I had not anticipated, nor had it happened in my various experimentations prior. I wondered, was there still dangerous material in the air? Yes, there was, and it would set the world alight if I wouldn't take care. But I had no choice. Time was ticking. Faster even than anticipated. And fondly, I remembered 2 days prior, before I had taken on my flight, when I had gone through the entire experience already, successfully and without fault, without death, without anything that went wrong. The only thing that went wrong was the recording of the simulation, and so all I have now is the tale, but not the proof. cursed my legs, which would always make me jump through the ceiling, for there was no way to control how high I would jump if I would decide to do so. I hoped that my legs would eventually improve. I hoped so dearly. Then I remembered, not this again. With rejoice, I saw that I had not accidentally blown away the ingot that had already been produced by opening the gas tank subsequently, which is something that could have happened, but it did not. Now, I was wondering, was there possibly too much pressure in the little chamber that I had made? There was damage, but was it old or was it new? I did not know. The temperature of my gas tank was increasing. This should, I hoped, eventually allow me to get more volatiles. But then I realized that once I would have the furnace up, this would no longer matter. But this could not be done before the station was not closed up, and so that's what I did next. The pressure was high, but it did not appear to damage the housing further, and so I just ignored it, in hopes that this would not prove to be another fatal dream of mine. Again, I cursed my luck that the original training course that I had absorbed so successfully was not recorded. After 3 hours of successful run, which ended with a station battery, a potato, a closed station, the 3 manufactories except for the tool maker, I wanted to check the recording and realized none had been made. I was frustrated. You would not believe. I wondered just how hot my gas tank was by now, or that could also become a concern. 28 degrees, still rising. I wondered. Well, the pressure was okay, and volatiles do not have an normal ignition temperature, as long as they're not mixed with oxygen. Also, the temperature bleeding into the tank would probably cool down the air in the room, and therefore decrease its pressure slightly, therefore decreasing the probability of the chamber taking further damage even more. What would I do next? I would have to get gold, so that I could make the very required pipe bender. And so I went out, even though it was night, for the resources were near. Had it been all the gold already? But no, I found more in this spot. I just had to be more patient. Patience is thin though in such a situation, particularly when your drill is so very slow, and so I was looking forward to creating a more powerful version of it. With this world having so much gas in its atmosphere, I knew I could use a gas-driven drill, which would serve me well. The device I needed to create such an air canister would also be useful to fill up my jetpack if need be. I only had found very little gold, but I decided to smelt it regardless, wondering where it was going. How hot was my air tank? 50 degrees, still rising. But not a problem, because once I would enter the chamber, the surrounding air would cool the tank rapidly. And so I rather wanted to keep it going, to find the sweet spot in between too hot and too cold in the flow of my actions. Was there more gold for me to be found in this spot? I found iron, which I liked, but I wanted gold. And then I saw that possibly I did not have any more coal. Or did I have some coal at my station? I had forgotten. Nothing to be found, I returned. Did I have more coal? I could not find any. Was it in my locker? No. So I really had no coal left, which was bad. And I was almost tempted. The battery was very low, and so I decided to burn all the rest of my coal. I knew this was very dangerous. I wonder what the outpost was asking of me when I was trying to turn it on, but it refused. How hot was my air tank at this point then? Slightly above 50 degrees, or was it 60? 60 degrees. Very hot, but not too hot.
Power low.
Too hot for me to breathe this, but I would not have to breathe it at this temperature, I knew that. I decided to build a hydraulic pipe bender and to store all my ingots within. For I knew if I would open the airlock now, there would be a blast of air that could possibly blow away my precious resources. Europa did the operative still hold 27. That would be enough to make all the cables that I would need. So I surveyed my situation. I had food and water on me. My suit's battery was not too high. And so I swapped it against the station battery. Which again made me smile thinking of the word. Now I had the furnace, but as long as the station would not be closed up, it wouldn't really help me. The ceiling was still wide open, and so I could not heat my station. But soon I would be able to, which means that I would also have to prepare to melt all the volatiles into my air tank. Did I have iron still? Yes, I did. And so, I started painting iron sheets to close up the ceiling. I knew that my most pressing concern would not be to get coal. And I had to make sure that I would not close up the entire station completely. Then again, I had actually made a hatch to relieve pressure and heat, so that would not really be a concern. I would not need the airlock to do so. One sheet of glass was missing. I was moderately frustrated, but knew I could deal with the situation, for I had the resources. I saw the sky was not dark, it was the sun was already up. So at any moment now it could show, and then I would have to go out and mine, else the day would be wasted. And so then I surveyed the room to see whether it was airtight. But then I thought, maybe before the sun is actually out, I should try to get more pressure into my air tank. 70 degrees, I thought, so very high. And therefore, this would be the way in which I can find out whether my station is airtight, by increasing pressure. And the temperature. I saw the temperature of my air tank drop. I did not dare yet to dump my volatiles. My gas tank in there. But I knew now I could melt the volatiles into it, and they would not melt into the room, for the room was too cold to take any of it. In this way, I increased the pressure of my precious resources greatly.
Power low.
I even wondered if another stack might not be overdoing it. Then the sun was out, and I wondered, should I go right away or wait a little? I tossed another stack in hopes it wouldn't be too much. 10 megapascals, I thought. This is what you can take, so don't fail me now. I'd rather stop early.
Airtight critical.
And now I had
Airtight critical.
40 degrees gas to breathe. That should help, I thought. The room was still very cold, and I could actually begin to heat it up, for the furnace was ready for use. What? I thought, and no answer came. I was alone. Again, I thought, why must you fail me? And then the furnace was boiling, and the room would slowly heat up. One last look at my batteries. I could do nothing about this situation. I would have to make do with what I had, but I had enough. And so, I went out mining.
Hydration critical.
Even though my hydration was critical. And I wondered what I would be doing with this tour. Where, I thought, might the coal be? The precious coal, the one resource I would not now need. Nothing else would be of matter in comparison. Copper I saw in the distance, gold glittering below me. I ignored all of it. I needed gold, coal. And there I found it. Not much, but it was a start. The station would be in the direction of 330 degrees between the hills that I would not see during the night. I wondered if I should actually sprinkle about a few of the flags that I had brought with me. Those metal flags so easily overlooked. Yet, if I would stay as close to the station as I was here, it might actually change my life. Was made. I needed more resources though. I needed to print with it. For example, multiple passive vents actually, multiple pipe cowls, possibly some pipes, definitely an active vent, and various other resources. Ultimately, of course, the precious Atmos toolkit, the atmospherics kit. The station was where I expected it to be, but where was the coal? I needed more. Was this coal? The direction to go to was 340 degrees. Between the two hills, I tried to remind myself. 330. Iron and gold, perfect combination. Could I possibly even already make steel? Which would allow me to make the station battery as soon as I would have printed the electronic splitter. But then I remembered I was carrying a deadly freight. or Zrilians, as you know, my fellow Zrilians, are fraught with the breathing out of just the antipode of volatiles. Intro breathed out by us, mixed with volatiles, are the most potent fuel that we know of, which made us a spacefaring race early. But also, if the canister would heat up enough, or alternatively would pressurize enough by me breathing into it, it would eventually ignite and suddenly it would skyrocket in pressure, well above 10 megapascals, which would blow it, which would explode it. And thinking all this, I tried to remind myself, 330, that is where you have to go. And then I opened it, to get rid of the fuel, just to be sure. I knew that my gas canister in the station was cooling down while I was doing all these things. But I also knew now I had the furnace, and so I would be able to regulate my temperature somewhat. Though in a very crude way, it would make me survive, and whether to live and not to live is all that ultimately matters in such a situation. My body was suffering damage. I was thirsty. I remembered that at some point I would also have to bring home some frozen water which I had detected. Though when I was touching silver in my mining excursion, I could not resist and took some of it with me. It would serve me well later when I would want to make electrum. Electrum, precious electrum. Thought of my previous deaths, realized again they were just fantasy. But studying their nature, I thought one of them was reality-breaking, not my fault. And the other, it had happened because I had been so irritated by my previous nightmare. And all of this had happened because of the collision, the sudden collision which had killed my two colleagues, my friends. The pressure of survival. My battery was not too high, so I had to consider going back. And slowly, I made myself my way back. Night flight, I thought. Not for me. It is cold enough. Anything else on my path? Anything that I could take with me? Iron I saw. Brilliant. I needed it. "330, 330, I repeated again and again. I did not want to lose my station. The only thing that kept me alive was the compass right now. I wondered what would happen if eventually in the world I would find something that would confuse it, like metallic ore. I wondered if such a thing was possible or probable in the future. My air was good. My filters too. My food, well, I needed to drink. The station was probably at minus 100 degrees or warmer even by now. The oxygen tank would have fallen to about 5 degrees, I thought. But I did not fret, for I could heat up my station now. I had the resources, I thought. But no, I had almost no volatiles. I needed to find some more volatiles before I got home. 330, I thought. 330. Will I find some volatiles on the way? I found more iron and took it with me. again, my health was on the decline. I was really risking my long-term health by constantly doing such things, or at least I assumed that that's how the world worked. Volatiles all of a sudden, right in front of me down in the caves that I had dug.
Health low.
Once more a warning from my computer, but I had to ignore. I wondered why I was swapping hands without my doing. This was not productive, I thought. It would confuse me. I wanted to swap my hands myself, I thought. Why would this happen without my doing? It did not make sense to me. How warm would my station be by now? Would it be 0 degrees, warmer even? I did not think so. I would have to put a lot more resources into the furnace to make such a thing happen. "330," I thought. 330. It must be beyond this little mountain. And then I found it. Right there. The station. How warm would it be? Probably, I thought, when opening the airlock, I would encounter a sudden gust of wind. Before that would happen, I thought maybe I should start the first flirting process. How warm would it be, I wondered? Minus 140 degrees outside and indoors? It was already positive. It was warm. So warm even that I could open my hand without danger. In my air tank, it was at 33 degrees, which was the room's temperature.
Oxygen critical. Oxygen critical.
More was to be smelted quickly. What would I choose? Silver? No. Or iron? A3. How hot was the furnace still? Too cold for steel. Should I fire it up again? I realized I should make a locker to fix the loose items. And so I chose to make 2, as if I had resources to waste. And with 2 I mean 4. Why was the air on fire? Well, possibly my earlier playful dealings with volatiles, I thought. That must be it. Suddenly my battery gave out, just in the right moment, just in the moment when I would have suffered incredible cold. And so I stuffed an entire stack of coal into the furnace to charge all my batteries swiftly. And then I wondered, where was the fourth locker? And I guess I had turned off the auto rate too early. The battery was charging 6%. Actually, wait, 26%. other locker I thought belonged over here, where I could plan my furnace activities. The sound I just heard, it must mean that the arc furnace is once again done. Now I decided it is time to make the electronics better. I needed more iron though. I had it, and then I needed gold. Did I have any gold on me? No. This was a problem. How full was the battery? I did not want to waste the coal. 71. Temperature was at 38 degrees. I realized I would have to work on the furnace construction, else I would ultimately run into trouble. The output pipe. Where shall it go, I thought? To the right or to the top? To the top, I decided.
Waste tank caution.
Uh-oh.
Waste tank critical.
Exactly what I had foretold. My one step, it had caught on fire. And so everything more that I breathe would fan the fumes once more. Fan the flames. Was there gold nearby? It would allow me to make the electronics printer. I just needed a little bit, not much, just a bit. But just now I was wasting battery. Coal, rather. I was so sure that I would think of swapping the batteries in time, but I had forgotten. And now I also realized I should always make sure that both doors are closed, as long as the airlock was not yet properly operational. A little bit of gold, I thought, not much, just a bit. Will I be so lucky? 170 was the direction into which I would have to go. No gold to be found. And so I swerved back and forth. Would I find some? The sun would surely help me, but once the sun was out, I would have to go mine fervently. Before that, I would rather want to start the electronics printer. And then I wondered how cold my station had gotten now that I closed the inner and outer door much too late. Found copper, took it, but it was not gold. Then I found gold. Decided to dig it from the top down, in the direction where my station would be. Already had enough for the electronics printer, but I knew I would need a lot more in the near future. Before the storm would strike, I decided I would need an upright wind turbine. This alone would take about 20 gold, I thought. And I also would have to make the station battery. What good is electricity if you cannot harvest it? Was this still the right direction? I hope so. Found more volatiles. But is the direction right? Was I right or was I wrong? I was going in the exactly wrong direction, I realized. And then, my drill's battery was empty. But I had brought replacement. Then, before darkness could strike again, I decided to keep digging, for gold was what I craved. Gold and coal. And I would have to go into the direction of 110 degrees. I decided that at some point I would have to create a smart gas canister. These do not have larger volume, but they can take more pressure, and so if ever once again disaster would strike in my waste canister, maybe I could overcome it by just waiting for a moment, without it exploding actually. I didn't know. But it sounded like a smart play. The direction of 110. More coal, please, I thought. I need coal. Coal and coal and coal and also coal. And in addition to that, gold. How much gold, I wondered, would the station battery need? I didn't know. Already I was craving the blessings of the deep miner, at the same time realizing it was way beyond me. It was a miracle, I thought, anyway, that I had brought the autolathe, the 3D printer, which made it possible to print all these things. The printer of printers, literally. 110, I remembered. 110. That's where the station would be. The sun was already beginning to make its descent. It was late, and my station was not under control. Everything was very in danger. I would have to stay there to control things. But I could not. I had to go mining. Only there was more coal here. I wondered if I had any coal left in the station. I planned to actually put all my such resources in the furnace locker. It would make things much more clear. And that's when I repeated what I said before. Lockers are important to keep things orderly, and order is important to allow you to survive. No more gold to be found here, I thought with disappointment. And then I fell into a deep hole and emerged from it. 'Sun was low. Should I aim for another small coal run while it was up? I was taking a look. Any coal to be seen? I shouldn't look too close at the station, because this place I would already have harvested. .322 is the direction. And then I found more gold. .322. A good gold run, I thought. I went on to get 2, and I might end up getting 2 full sacks. But I didn't have much coal. And so the days were ticking away. Already the 4th day had begun. Or was it the ending of the 4th day? I had lost count. Seven to 9 days. That is what I had estimated when I was still in orbit, observing the patterns of the weather of this planet, of this moon. Then a storm would strike. I would have to be prepared. .332, I repeated, 332. While I was here, I decided to also take some more of the precious silicon, which would allow me to make plastic things. It would come in handy eventually, for example, to make insulated pipes. I realized I was still at the very early beginnings of my station building. There was still so much ahead. I was still trying to just survive. This was not yet about actually building a station. This was about pushing the buttons that nature forces me to push. Eventually, I realized, or rather I hoped in my stupor, while I was dreaming away mining while the station was possibly on fire. Eventually, I thought I would be in a situation where I will not know what to build, for I will have it all. A dream. Or horror. I didn't know what to make of it. 332 was the bearing. I assumed that the station temperature had by now fallen back to about 10 degrees. And so I went home to find out. "332. And then I saw in the distance the light of my station. Wondered if I had any resources that I would still have to pick up that had been smelted, but there were none. And so I disagreed with my own decisions of not turning the arc furnace off. I had wasted precious resources. Temperature, still warm, I rejoiced. And then I started smelting the gold. And then I started to gather my resources in the locker. Any coal, I thought? There was none to be found. My batteries were not too happy, and I realized, once again, I would have to go and mine coal. This time I would focus on it, and solely on it. So that once and for all, that problem would be one of the past. I refilled my breathing tank.
Airtight critical.
And then, I thought just in time, I went out to empty my waste canister. Who knows what would have happened otherwise. This also allows me to make some early pickup of the yet to be smelted gold. And then
Power low.
I started to print the electronics the electronics printer, and hoped that the battery would last, though it was already rather low. And I gave myself the low battery, because it was more important to get the show on the road. I did not dare to charge my batteries, which were rather empty, because that would waste my precious station battery, which I needed, and I didn't have any coal to replenish it. My 11 coal in the furnace were only an iron reserve, ironically.
Airtight critical.
I knew I could no longer use the melting process of my breathing tank to smell volatiles, but it was full enough. I would be able to draw from it a long time. I wondered how much longer the gold would take. Gold is smelted really slowly, and be done in the big furnace, of course, but I did not want to lose control. I would have to keep everything separate. If things were too intertwined in my head, I would fail.
Hydration critical.
Before it could get worse, I decided to take another breather.
Oxygen critical.
I knew now it was time to look for coal.
Oxygen critical.
And for water. I thought for the gold, but now it would have been melted, and so I added more coal to the pile. I wondered if I should make steel. I was not sure. First I would have to prepare the device properly for its operations. Would I have more iron? I hope so. It was a daring bet, I thought. If need be, I could turbo heat my station by letting the poisonous fumes of the furnace directly into it. It was a trick I'd used before. It's very dangerous, but it can be a savior sometimes. And then I realized no more electricity. What would I do? Not much I could do about it. I would have to go mining. That wouldn't be a choice. And no electricity waste, none. Stop it right now. Everything to be shut off but the most essential things. Where was the goal? I could not see the night. The coal. Damn it. I decided to just go sideways, for I had not yet been in this direction. 270? The opposite is 90. And so I just went there, in hopes it would not be wrong. Out iron yet ignored it. I need coal, coal, coal. And something else? Wasn't there something else I needed? Would have to go to 265 to find my station. 265, I told myself. 265. The sun was out. I turned off my light and hoped I would find more coal in the spot that I had already found. This time, I really wanted to take a lot of it. Coal, one of the dumbest concerns to have. The fundamental energy not present. This would not fly. Once again I cursed Jupiter, which was the sole reason that things were so dire, for I never had time to really mine. Water, I realized. That was what I had to get, and now I had just found it. Another solution to my many problems. I knew I would need an ice crusher, which needs so much electricity, and I could modulate it using an optic circuit easily. I would need the crusher to get my volatiles into my breathing apparatus, for I could no longer melt them into the volatiles tank. This, though, was a problem far in the future. The tank was rather filled. What I needed now was ice.
Waste tank caution. Waste tank critical. Temperature low. Temperature critical.
And a passive liquid inlet and some liquid pipes and the water bottle filler. All this would be sufficient to get something to drink. Oh yes, and a one-way liquid valve would make sure that only the precious liquids would get into the bottles, and also the nasty acids. Hadn't there been coal nearby? Yes, there was. So I would have to go back to 280, roughly 280. I flew further out.
Power critical.
Even though my power was critical, because I spotted coal in the distance. Since my light was out, I would probably make do with a little power that I had left. And if not, there were still batteries on me that I could use. Not many though, I would have to be careful. Almost one stack of coal, I thought. This will help me, but it is so pitiful how long it takes to get that little energy. I was so looking forward to have my steel, my station battery, and I was moving into that new blissful reality on all fronts slowly. So I knew it would happen rather suddenly, that I was well off, that I would have my water, my station battery, my heating, the toolmaker, all the things that I need to essentially survive, and then I could actually start making electrum and solder to automate the opening of the door, for I would still keep using the furnace as my sole source of heat. Then I saw A5. I needed to think of the wind turbine to catch the storm into my station battery that I did not yet have. Time was running short, but I was optimistic that I would make it. More silver for my electrum efforts. Was there also gold nearby? No, I had been mistaken. It was just silver. To the left was 270, yes. I had not lost my orientation yet. The sun was once again going down. The cursed Jupiter had stolen half of the day. The night cycles on this moon were really rather rapid, and I wondered why I would not be flung away to outer space from the rotation speed. For turning a world like Earth, which has a circumference of about 40 million meters, one time in 24 hours is not an artifice, it is not a miracle. No one would fly away into space, because it takes 24 hours for one full rotation, even though I have heard in my radio studies of Earth that there are people on Earth who actually believe that the Earth is a flat disk. Can you imagine? And they have space travel. Can you imagine there are people that stupid out there in this world? That is one of the reasons why we find mankind so interesting. There are so many qualities of mind on this planet, the high ones and the low ones. Our studies suggest that most of them are low, but not as low as these sort, which call themselves flat earthers, fittingly. We call them flat minders. But you see, they think that you move with thousands of kilometers per hour, 1,000 kilometers per hour or more, because that's how fast the rotation of the Earth really is. They don't care that it takes 24 hours, which is really what matters. I decided to go back home. I didn't have too many resources, but I wanted to finally do something with them. Also, my electricity was running rather low. And there was still light, so I could see my station in the distance.
Temperature low. Temperature critical. Temperature low.
Nothing to be found outside. No wonder the arc furnace had ceased to function, because I had turned it off to save battery. The temperature was still fine, so I rejoiced. Once again, I chose to toss a lot of coal into the burner, and then also to use the opportunity to charge my mini-discharge batteries. Particularly the one that I wonder where it is now. Where was my large battery? I remember what the hell that is. There it was. Yes. Before I would continue, I decided it was time to make the furnace ready for use.
Power low.
Cables, I thought. I would have to print yet more cables. I wondered why my battery charger was not taking more electricity from the cable. Was something burned or broken? I could not tell. I could not see any such thing. How much copper did I have left? It was okay. I seemed to be on the safe side now, but I knew, as a Zrilian, this could turn on me any moment. Because I was breathing into a pressurized canister, the most potent fuel that we know of. What would be the first thing to print? Cables, I thought, maybe? Did I have copper to waste? I realized I should do something about the grievous problem. Of the storm ultimately hitting my arc furnace while I was smelting. That would be a bad event. I did not want this. And so I decided to automate the problem solution. My progress was really slow. But what could I do? I was in dire circumstances, and I had to make do. 10, I thought. 10 should be enough. The battery was still not charged enough, and so I decided to use even more coal. Every little bit of my starting gear I realized that I could remove from my immediate inventory was a win, because it showed that I was progressing into the future. I had only 9. I guess I had made a mistake. Would this be enough? Probably not, I thought, and so I went in to bring some more. Oh, it seemed to have worked, yet I was not satisfied. This would not do. I didn't like the fact that I had so little gold. But it would have to be enough for now. Soon I would have exited. I would have left behind the immediate needs for survival. then I could finally change the music. Still a red battery. What must I do, I thought. How much coal do I have to sacrifice? Was really too time, or the station battery was steel. Bonk. Not nice, I thought. But it would have to be enough for now. What was my next step? I decided to relieve the furnace of its pollutant. Well, there was a lot in there, and I made sure to turn the right lever. Or else. Then I remembered that I am a Zrilian. And so, I made sure this would not prove fatal once more. I realized in the end I should try to keep these resources. But this would be tricky, and I wasn't yet that far. The next steps, I thought. What would be the next steps? Well, once again I was out of coal. It was egregious. I was running in circles, basically. Coal and coal and coal. I needed the station battery. This time, right during the night, I decided to go into the opposite direction in hopes I would find coal there. For coal is rather common here. Not volatiles, to some. No coal. What could I do? I needed coal, and digging it up was so very slow. And then I found gold. Not sure if I actually needed any. I decided to take some. Basics, I thought. It is time. It is time for the wind turbine. It is time for the station battery. All of this has to happen today, on this day. It has already begun, even though Jupiter, that big liar, is telling me otherwise. To return so 90 degrees to find my station, but the sun would be up, or rather would be visible very soon, and so that would not be a concern anyway. No more gold in this place, I thought. Then I found some copper.
Hydration critical.
I wanted to find water, but there was none to be found. I would have to make do with what little I had already. And then the sun. It Jupiter had moved aside. Degrees, I thought. That should be the direction. So tedious to mine all the scroll, because every little bit of code that I found didn't give me much. It was a precious resource on this world. And so, I realized electricity, despite
Hunger caution.
easy to come by if the right utilities are in place, would be one of our main concerns. Wind turbines, solar panels turning towards the sun, all of this should become reality. And once I had made my survival station, I would build a strong radio station and protect my people. One of the 10, maybe. Still high up, but already close to the evening. The storm is coming. I must be prepared. I must prepare for the storm. Was beginning its descent. I would have to hurry. And I made my way back home. There was still time, I thought. I hoped I wasn't wrong. The station must be beyond this hill. And there it was. It was still intact.
low.
The solar panel had given me some power during the day, but the battery was not too high. The temperature indoors had dropped. It was not very cold, but this was ideal for me to start making steel. So at first, I decided to add some more coal to my burner. Put some of it away so I could easily grab it if need be. Stashed the pipes and the iron sheets. Burned the gold carefully, for I did not want another nightmare repeat. But then I drank something.
Oxygen critical. Oxygen critical. Cognition low.
Oh. This could be a problem, I thought. Will I need a pill?
Air tank critical.
Will I need to heal myself? Just then I decided, now I want steel. So let there be steel. I closed the valve to the outdoors. Now that it was 10 degrees indoors, and started making my precious steel. I realized I would soon need the air scrubber for various reasons, and so I began to set it up. It was delightful to behold that the batteries were no longer being discharged, for it was no longer so very cold. Only a few more seconds and then steel. Meanwhile, my station was heating up to temperatures I wasn't sure I was comfortable with. While I was at it, I chose to analyze the state of my gases. 30 degrees, and what about the water? I wondered. Where did I put it? Where had it rolled? It was valuable to me, almost irreplaceable. But where was it? I could not find it, and wondered if it had rolled out into the cold. I thought, yes, that is what must have happened. I must have lost all my water for the plants. That was not a good thing. "64 degrees. I realized soon my certain nature would show if I would keep going like this. And so I brute force cooled my station. Just opening up to the decode of Europa. Then I once more flipped the transceiver, where I realized there was more on me that I could send. Just in one go. Fast and without wasting electricity. I wondered if it would still be hot enough for silicon, which is quite demanding when it comes to heat. But I was lucky, and copper, anyway, is smelted quickly at low temperatures. I had just saved about half a sack of coal by using the remaining heat of the furnace. Again, there was really hot inside. The furnace was egregiously hot. I decided I needed automation, but it was not yet the time to make that happen. Now it was time for the station battery. $20 copper, 2 more gold. I rejoiced. This is not good, I thought. But since my tablet had not caught on fire, I assumed it would not prove fatal. Usually, in such a situation, the tablet is one of the first things that catch on fire when they're in their hand. But this did not happen this time, and everything seemed to be fine. I was lucky. It was just remaining volatiles. That's why I had even thought of setting up the scrubber, but I had not yet supplied it. Not that this would have helped, or that would have resulted in the same problem. So I made sure to print all the filters that I could possibly need for this. Battery was good, but I wanted more electricity. And so, once more, I sacrificed a little bit of my coal. Once my electricity problems would have been solved, I could even risk turning on the light. But first, I would have to get some more electricity sources. And of course, I would have to print heavy cables. But now, I could no longer use the thin ones out here where the electricity originates. I would need 10 or 12 maybe, I thought. And then I started to run the scrubber, in hopes it would help the station air become more or rather less dangerous. "69 degrees, I thought. Way too hot. I risked opening and leaving through my makeshift door. Now I would have to re-enter through the airlock. Had I remembered to close the inner door? Yes, I had. Once more, I rejoiced. "10, I thought. That may be enough." And now it was time to set up the station battery. But before I would do so, I decided to start printing an upright wind turbine. Those take a long time to print, and I wanted one for when the storm would strike. Battery looking good. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. enough. 10 was enough. I was only seconds away from the infinite blessings of the station battery. Indoor temperature 56 degrees. Still too high. The wind turbine had already also been made. I made some more heavy cables just in case. Now I need to find a place to set it up. I had already found it, but for that I would have to make another frame. I wondered how much I had left in my welder tank. It was actually rather much, considering all the things I had already achieved. Soon after much struggle, it would finally be time to set up the airlock. But this would not be the only airlock I would have in my station. Because I, as a Zrilian, cannot live in the same chambers where my planets together. Yet I also want to live. It is interesting how the Zrilian technology came to pass, I think. I mean, we all know the tale, of course, we have lived it. But if you think about how at first we did not actually have houses, we first made technology. And peculiarly, mankind did the opposite. For mankind, first there came the houses, then the technology. Because they don't breathe out explosives. And now, the station battery. Only seconds. My planning proved correct and successful. Finally, the electricity problems were solved. I didn't choose to run more coal, for the storm was not far, and my small station battery was actually fine. What would be the next steps, I thought? Something to drink, of course. And what about my waste tank? I would have to find a solution for that also. For now, I decided I would relieve myself once more, right into the air. As if that fuel I have is of no value, even though it is, particularly on a world like this. I wondered, has something come with me into the station? Yes, it had. I did not like this.
Power critical. Filter low.
"54 degrees. Really, an automatic cooling was so very necessary. But the first step now would be not to go mining again, for now I had enough for the time being, but to set up my drinking equipment. Unfathomably, again the temperature in the station had risen to 50 degrees. Like I had anticipated, now it was just a success story unfolding in front of my eyes. And then I fetched my empty bottles. The hot station air would also be cooled down a little by this. And success. My bottles were filling. But I would have to find much more water, particularly since now to pop down the hydroponics, I would need a bottle, and a bottle without water is useless. Which reminded me. How much water did I still have? Some in the air, still moving into the pipes. More in the pipes. I decided it was just the right time to divert some of that water into a bottle, into a canister. I would need iron though. What would have proven fatal outside now was no longer of relevance. My battery had run out. The canister was almost a liter of water, and still 2 liters of water left that I could drink. Things were looking up. The temperature of the water was 40 degrees, which is a bit hot, but is survivable. Problem though was that the room would always easily reach that high temperature as long as the furnace would be running. I wondered, should I add another wind turbine? Or some constant influx of electricity? I decided yes, just out of spite. Now I live large, I thought. One more, can't hurt, I thought. How long I was? No. Finally, my marathon had ended. I had managed to get enough electricity, enough resources. But I must not forget my Zrilian nature. Soon I would have to empty my waste tank again. Could I already prepare? Or did I have lead? No lead? I thought I had found lead. Must have been a fever dream. An alternate reality, possibly. I refilled my breathing tank with air that had 34 degrees temperature, which is fine.
Air tank critical.
Something always to consider. And as decided earlier, now it was time to feel a bit different. I had left the phone indoors. I did not understand how this had come to pass. Where is the fucking frame, I thought. And there it was. Now I was just curious how much electricity was coming.
Waste tank caution. Waste tank critical.
Oh yes.
Temperature low.
Zrilian
Temperature
nature.
critical.
Isn't it funny to think you have seen it, right? You have seen it on the recordings that we brought from Earth, from the radio waves that we had received. Isn't it funny that they have fire breathers as entertainment? It's something that we do on a daily basis. Sometimes it just happens. Isn't it hilarious? Humans, they're so cute. I had silver, but had I gold? Did I have gold to make electrum? Not quite. Was it the time to go out or was day 7? Hard to tell. Well, let's just say this. If the sun would come back, I would go out again. Not before. Now it was time to complete the airlock. His prior makeshift nature was now obsolete.
Hydration critical.
wondered how I could once again be thirsty. Had I not drank the drunken a lot of stuff before? I was confused. It felt so good to just be able to decide the things that I wanted and push a button and make them happen. Almost sad to think that mankind had not yet found the blessings of high-tech 3D printing. They could not do these things yet. And I knew we would not teach them. For we would have to study them first and dissect them. Or something. And now I thought it would be time to flip the door so that floor would be used more wisely. The battery was not blinking, so I had, well, enough
caution.
Electricity. 50 watts for coming in, and that is not what I was using. I was using 25 watts in my station. But 32 watts were coming in. So I was at a net positive, and any second now the storm would strike. Or maybe in one of the next days. It was uncertain. I felt it was due time again to eat something. That's what I did.
Temperature high. Oxygen critical. Oxygen critical.
wondered what was happening, I suspected that somehow some H2O had entered, and that was indeed the case. I decided to do away with the valve, and I didn't assume that this sudden change of behavior was actually tied to this action of mine, for that didn't make sense. It was just a temporal coincidence. Now the scrubber could reach directly to the pipes to make sure that things stayed clean. But I had not yet eaten.
Oxygen critical.
Was the mixture suitable for the plants, I wondered. Well, there was still N2O to contend with. And the battery was rather empty. Temperature was rising again. I was looking forward to having logic circuits as such which would allow me to show the temperature. I would need lead. I would need gold. Did I have some gold in the form of ingots that I could have used? 5 grams. No grams at all. 14 grams, no. I show. And 39 grams, okay, that looked nice. Still, I did not dare. I should have these production capabilities at my disposal when I need them. Also, the sun was not far away, right? It looked like the morning was dawning once more, and the sun would be hiding behind Jupiter. One megapascal. I was confused. How had my waste tank not yet caught on fire? And then I realized, well, it only does so when there's a mixture of N2O and volatiles. But if the temperature within which I find myself is alright, then my AC will not pump so much volatiles from my breathing tank into my waste tank, and that, I believe, would be the explanation. I thought maybe it's time to make, let's say, 2 large batteries. How expensive would those prove? Lots of copper. I wondered, did I have so much copper to waste? No, I decided against it. Okay, well, 1 battery then. Now I decided to make the airlock a reality. This would make sure the base station temperature will stay constant despite me moving out of the station so often. Oh yes, I thought, and the battery charger, for which I needed gold, which I had. And so I thought, let's make this an actual airlock. But before I did so, I realized, now that I have my station battery, my whole station should run from the station battery and not from the airlock. Otherwise the airlock would at some point just stop functioning, which would not be a good thing. And so I thought, let's make some papers. The sun was out. Time to mine for gold. And so I did that. so-called in the distance. But I dismissed it. It was so close by, I hoped to remember at some point in the future to just take the goal so close to my station. I'd rather seek out further places where the sun was out. And then, to my complete surprise, I found the water canister. At 16 degrees, that is how massive of a body the water is when it comes to thermal energy. I was completely surprised. So, I went strictly into the direction of 180, which gave me lead, for example. So, one thing led to another. Lead, I thought, I will soon have solder. I will soon have electrum. And then I will print my IC-10. And then I can automate my station temperature regulation. I was thinking about making a chamber for my furnace, which would open into to any which way, depending on what was needed. The sun was not low, the mountain was high. I had survived.
You are listening to Cythera on Zoma FM.
I had managed to survive the crash landing. I had a station. I had warmth. I did not yet have food, but my food reserves were still rich, so I did not fear that. I still had my seeds. Everything was very makeshift. And so, if something would go wrong, it would be fatal, and that's not good. One should be prepared for things to go wrong. And I was not prepared at all. But I had stability. I was no longer running for my life. I was now running my life instead of the necessities. And then, just when I thought this, I found more water. I should try to find gold, iron, and coal, I thought. And, well, of course, more lead would be fine. I would prefer to have a large stack of solder if I would set out to make any. I wonder if the day would allow me to do all these things. Then once again, my drill was empty, and I thought, yeah, a large battery would have been nice. So, I did not know exactly where I was, but I was sure moving in the direction of 0 degrees would take me to my station. I was probably actually visible right there, except it was too far away for whatever reason. My eyes betrayed me. A wise man once told me it is related to something like the square distance and such. My eyes had always been very good, and so I had hoped that this would not matter to me, that I could just turn up the distance of the rendering or something. The sun was once again already going down, and the direction into which I would have to run soon would not be 0 at this point. It would be 10, maybe 20. Only 25 lead, not much. But at least I would be able to make a good stack of electron. If the storm would not interfere, that is, I realized the storm must be on the horizon by now. It can't be far away. I looked around, but I didn't see it. I wondered if I would even see it approach as fast as these winds are. I hoped, though, that one day, if a storm would come, I would see it coming. Proudly, I flicked on my light. For I had 80% battery left. My electricity problems had been solved. I knew my station battery was almost empty, but I did not care. The storm would fix this, and I still had coal, and the coal would now be super effective. Because the solar fuel generator that I do have outputs 20 kilowatts. It still does. It has not yet been nerfed, which I heard would happen at some point. I don't know why the Zrilians would send us out on these missions with intentionally worse equipment, but, well, they will know what they're doing. The mission commanders. What's on their mind? I don't know. I just know that their decisions must be wise. I am confronted with them so often, and they prove well balanced and with foresight. Truly, I realized again and again the mission commanders must have sampled many simulations to be able to make such balanced and foresight-happy decisions. I heard about a certain project, for example, that they investigated recently. Project, I don't remember what it was. It had to do with slow-moving Zrilians. I decided to move back. I would have to aim for 20 or so degrees, and before I could move further, I saw another valuable resource that I didn't need right now. But if I would need it, I would seek it out hard, and it would be hard to find, so I took it with me. Nickel. Nickel, which is for example used to create the precious resource Invar, or was it Constantin? I don't exactly remember. Was it not even both? I think so, yes, it was both. So doubly valuable. This would allow me to upgrade my manufactories to a level that would allow me to make better equipment. For example, a better tool belt, a larger mine belt, and other things that I would love to have in the future. I rejoiced once more. I had survived. Everything else would now finally be an engineering task and no longer that of an animal crawling its way through the obstacles of reality. should I take more of pressed plastic material, I thought. Well, of course, I was here, so I took it with me. I thought about the temperature regulation of my station. I thought that maybe it would make sense to create some kind of corridor. On one end, there would be a door that could open automatically. In the middle, there would be a furnace. On the other end, there would be an opening into the station, and there would also be a gas sensor that would measure the temperature. Then, if it would get too hot there, the door could open, and it would stay open until the temperature would cease. Maybe this would not be the right concept. And then, the storm struck. I knew I had to be very careful, for the storm can prove fatal even for experienced engineers like myself. Zero degrees? No. Rather 10 degrees, so that's where my station would have to be. I realized the storm was blowing exactly into my face. And so even though I was walking down the mountain, I was creeping. I hope this will not once again be a reason for me to fear death. What if the storm would last, I wondered? What if it would last so long that I wouldn't get to my station in time? Never had I walked this slowly. Once again I thought how nice it would have been to plant some of the flags. Next time. So I told myself, next time I will plant some. I could not find anything that seemed familiar, but I could not see far anyway, so that was not surprising. I knew the station was rather far, so I did not fear to miss it. I would have to walk quite a bit more to find it. I was walking so very slowly. At this point, I began to think, where might it be? Should it not have shown up by now? I cursed the storm. But once I would be home, it would show to be a blessing. My battery would be full. My had not yet been here. Since I was not sure how to proceed, I just decided to mine more resources. And then, from one moment to the other, the storm had vanished. And then I saw the station, right there. I remembered the specifications of my wind turbines. 800 watts, they said. During the storm, they can output up to 800 watts. And I had 2 of them. 1,600 watts pumped into my station battery. Surely it would now, after this short storm, be at 3 or 4, if not even 5. And then it checked. It was only at 2. I was surprised. Maybe the storm had really been too short. Indoor temperature, 36 degrees. Agreeable. Now, I thought, let's prepare the electron smelting and also the solder smelting. It was really not nice that I had only found so little lead, but it would have to be enough. Time to empty the furnace. And also, time to replenish the starter battery.
Hydration critical.
This reminded me that I had water on me that I would like to get rid of. That I would like to turn into something actually drinkable. But before I would do so, I once again decided to empty my dangerous voice gas canister. How many liters did I have? Well, not much longer. And then I decided spontaneously, let there be light. Which is exactly how such decisions come to pass. I heard 20 liters for me to drink. Time to use some of it.
Oxygen critical. Oxygen critical.
Yes, I had opened my suit, and so both volatiles and N2O had made it into the station. That would be the strategically best locations for the lights, I thought. And now I would also have to rewire the airlock to be self-sufficient. Actually, no, that's not the right move, I thought. Okay, that was not right. The problem was I had two connections going. I hope that nothing bad had happened. Other than my cable burning out. Which I could now not get to. The station battery was now feeding into the airlock, which was now on its own network, detached from the rest. And had its own buffer. Though it was not too wise the way I had wired a battery charger. I hoped I could remedy this. No. There's no way, there's just no way. But I wanted it in the airlock. What could I do? The opposite side, of course. That would be just the answer. The airlock was in its own network, and so I decided finally time to configure it. Time for a test run. Oh, a pipe is missing. This would not work, I thought. so I was losing some precious atmosphere. But not again. Yes. And now I could actually stand in the airlock and open my poisonous fume canister without fear, while the airlock would fully cycle. Nothing would remain. I was not sure how to power the lights. Where would I put the cables? So...
Beyond light. Exosphere. On Soma FM.
How to continue? Where would the cables go? I was undecided, visibly. And then I thought, how about a bit of, I don't know, irony or what it is? Like 10,000 spoons, and so I just used the electron spreader location to guide the cable to the ceiling. And then all of a sudden, there was light.
Power critical.
It was dark night, but still I could see the wonders of electricity. Immediately I became addicted and printed 2 more lights. Realized that I would have to work on my electricity sources also. But this was not for now. I had enough coal to keep going for a long time. In fact, I just decided to stuff some of that coal into my generator. But only some. I knew it was very, very, very effective. So where would I put the lights? Right to the opposite? Pure symmetry? Not the most beautiful design paradigm, but I chose to use it anyway. More cables, I thought. Cables, I need cables. With all the lights burning, I knew I would be wasting or rather using 200 watts. But I wanted to feel at home. I had suffered so much survival pain that it had to be over now. And there was a light. I sat right at home, with 100 watts coming in from the wind turbines. I knew I wanted more of these, but this was not yet the time. There was the need to refill
Anti-critical.
my gas tank. Wanted to fill up my filters, and then I would make electrum and soda. I first wanted to be in control of the station temperature before I would move on to bath something. Beautiful, I thought. This, my creation. I fell from the sky. My friends dead. No hope. Only running for survival. And then I was missing my water bottle. And now I even have one extra. And the electric light is burning my eyes. So then, let that be electrum. The station would now heat up once more, but this would not prove fatal. I knew what I was doing. The pressure was way too high, so I relieved some of it to the planet. Now it was dropping rapidly. .4 megabarseconds, I believe, to have written in the handbook. To have read in the handbook. The light turned green, yes it did, and so I had my precious electrum. Now I need soda. This would take a while, and I hoped I would not miss the point in time. As Becker, I thought, I want the luxury of choice. Finally, I can live, I thought. I couldn't wait to create a radio station, to contact my people. I would have to give them the sad news, but I could tell them I was alive, and I actually had established an outpost, just not on Earth as planned, but this would serve us also. Temperature 750. Falling quickly. 350 to 550 is the pressure, the temperature. Pressure be above 1 megapascal, I believe. Yes.
Waste tank caution.
Oh shit, I
Waste
thought.
tank critical.
And, actually took one. Technically speaking. The dragon's shit. Almost. 60 degrees, way too hot. By 50 almost. Soda. Immediately, I started blending the IC-10. A spacefarer's processing unit. Where would I put the computer?
Air tank critical. My battery was very full. Even though I had burned through 200 watts for a long time. I was so close to being able to automate my station. Did I not make the computer yet? We have the IC, we have the IC housing, we have the motherboard. Did I not yet make the computer? I was so convinced I had it in my head at some point. Maybe I was actually hallucinating, confusing thought with reality, which is one form of hallucination, which, for example, on Earth, supposedly many people on the political left happen to have a confusion of fantasy and reality, ill-measured decisions and all of that. I needed copper. Now I decided to top up my oxygen tank, or rather volatiles tank. I did this on the outdoors because I did not want any volatiles to be wasted in the melting process, and also that waste would in turn have ended up in my station. Something else that I did not want to happen. Of course, now the canister was cooling down considerably, but this would not be a problem. It would warm up right quick once we would be back inside, and also, it was rather warm anyway, almost 30 degrees.
Air tank critical.
I felt in control. Things were finally moving my way. I was no longer suffering the elements, I was deciding what was to happen, and it happened. And now I was waiting for my copper. It did not come quickly enough, so I just pushed the button and was blessed with a present right there. Result of my engineering. What a blessing. Engineering is fun. No wonder it wasn't doing anything. I would like, I thought, to make more steel, but I didn't have too much coal. Could I risk it? Well, I didn't have too much iron either, so I didn't want to do it now. Where would I put the computer? Next to the furnace would seem a bit weird. Energy creation, coal burning, steel burning, computer in the middle, no. This felt wrong. I decided to put it on the far end. Or rather, I realized I would now also have to make the tool manufacturing. That one was still amiss. In passing, I created the name of a monster for a Ghostbusters film. The tool manufacturing would be here. Where would I then put the chip? Should I keep putting up blockers on the far wall?
Hydration critical.
Again, I was thirsty. This confused me. How often can he possibly drink, I thought. And realized, yes, I needed a shower. No, I could not eat. Well, I realized, and so I reconsidered.
Oxygen critical.
Always a little shock moment, I must admit. We Zrilians are really not made to live in an oxygen environment.
Oxygen critical. Oxygen critical.
Now, after all this time, my first can of food had been used up. My first can. And low polluted. That was the problem.
Waste tank caution.
Damn, I
Waste
thought.
tank critical.
Again, for whatever reason, I had to breathe fire. It was even still going afterwards, so I had to breathe again. Remembering my nightmares, those 2 nightmares in which I died, I again reflected the first such nightmare was really just ridiculous. This death, it did not happen, because such a thing does not occur in reality. You don't just suddenly explode your suit mechanically just by pulling something out of your pockets. That does not happen. And the second one, well, I had missed my window, but that in turn had happened because of the first completely unexpected nightmare that had still emotionally befallen me, and so that is why. In other words, I was sure, yes, it was just dreams, nothing real. I decided to print a few iron sheets because I would definitely need those again, and it's better to have them when you need them. Things can get hectic enough anyway. And then, as it was night, I turned on all my lights again, and I was so happy. Now it was not just me moving around with a flashlight, always a bullseye of perception. But instead, the world itself was filled with light. This would stop the production process just in time, because I had produced enough. Okay, leaders. That should sustain me for a while. Now, what will be my next step? Logic. Where's the computer, I thought, and where will I put it? Back here, where it is so dark, or over here, where it is so bright? I was not sure. But then I realized it seemed like the logic printer was a reasonable choice as the backside of my electronics endeavors. Also, the screen would be lit by itself, so not a problem that there would be a shadow cast by the computer itself. I needed more cable though, and so I printed them. I was not well off. My resources were still thin. But now I could strive to make better equipment, primarily a better mine drill.
And then I could get many resources. And then I could smelt lots of steel. And then things would skyrocket for me. Things would get better rapidly. I told myself, and that was right.
Welcome to Exosphere, the dark side of Synthera.
I would have to reconfigure my arc furnace setup, certainly, because I would prefer to have some input stack where I could just toss in materials which would one by one be melted. But this was not yet possible, and then suddenly it fell like a shadow from my eyes. Here was the furnace, and the arc furnace belonged right next to it. There was like fate. But first, I chose to trade a few frames in reserve. Not too many though, they are expensive. Steel frames are well set, but I didn't yet feel comfortable using steel for these measures. This would once again give me opportunity to empty my waste tank. This also reminded me that I should strive to have a setup that actually allows me to keep those gases around instead of wasting them every time. I could recycle the volatiles, and the N2O could also be very useful. Though I had not much experience with it personally, I was an engineer and a programmer, but not one who would deal with these dangerous gases much. I forgot to do something on the outside. I did not know when the next storm would hit, but I realized I could make a weather station that would warn me in time. Just like I had known there would be a storm after about 7 to 9 days. Now that I was on the ground, I could make equipment to us again foretell the weather, at least slightly. First, I would have to make more chutes. And once I would have Invar and Constantin, I thought maybe I would replace one of them, and somehow with a large one. I didn't know where to put them, but those problems can be solved. This one, for example, I could put it down there, and then the ceiling would be free for a large one that could pump everything that's in here back into the station, which is the main pump event, since the planetary atmosphere has so low pressure, so that would still accelerate microcycles vastly.
Power low.
My station battery was still good. And I knew that if ever the mission operators would decide to reduce its capacity or accelerate its use, I would hate them for it. Now, what would be the next step in my endeavors?
moving the furnace, making the chutes. How many would I make? I did not know. 10? 20? 20 would need 60 iron. How much iron did I have in reserve? Not too much. I could continue like this, but I should have to keep an eye on this. If I would place the arc furnace here, would it be too cramped? Would I regret it? I decided to start printing an atmospheric skid, for which I would need gold and copper. Ironically, I would need the old arc furnace set up one last time. I realized I did not have too much copper. I would have to take something. No way around it. Really, I thought. I had 19 grams of copper in there, but I needed 20. I would really need to go mining. I guess I would indeed have to go mining before I could even make the fast mining drill. And that frustrated me. I was trying to get ready to move the arc furnace, and never that would not be easy, particularly since my emotion would lure me to go mining instead, for the sun would be out very soon. I decided to move things that I just wanted to build and print to a place that was really ill-decided. So, the locker in which I kept my ores, this would then, often when I would walk past, tell me what I still had to do so I would not forget it. Now, my mining drill had an almost full battery and a large one this time. My other batteries were also rather satisfied. I had remembered to turn off the indoor lights, so I was not wasting while I would be out there on my mining excursion. And so it went. What would I need?
Some more coal, some more iron, definitely more copper. First things first though. No more dragon breath for today. And then I saw the copper and the iron very close by, and I thought, why keep it for later? How much later is that supposed to be? Jupiter. That damn monstrosity always blocking out half my day. For some reason, magically darkening the atmosphere, and I was still wondering how it managed to do so. Well, the only power that it could possibly have over the light within this atmosphere is one of addition, not one of subtraction, and I wondered just how extensive the atmosphere of Europa really was. Steel, I thought, would require coal and iron, of course. Lots more gold would be appreciated to create more wind turbines, for certainly my electricity use has skyrocketed, so I wanted to be not dependent on coal anymore. The wind on the thin atmosphere, cold ice planet should be strong enough. But I would have to harvest it. I needed wind turbines. I needed gold. And once I would have all of that, I would also finally establish a beacon that would automatically turn on when I would leave the station. And then I could go any which way I pleased. I would not lose my way. Even in the deepest storm, I would find my way home. Now, all I could do is 235, 235. Was already beginning its descent. That goddamn large planet Jupiter had once again stolen my day.
235. 233. So I told myself, should be the last time that I run outside with such a tiny mining drill. I want the heavy one, I thought. Go straight for the heavy one. Do not even make them the magic one. Even though the atmosphere of this planet would have served for such a thing, I would want my advanced manufactories anyway, so I should aim for them. I would have to make Ingvar. I would have to make Constantine. Two, three, three. And I already saw the station in the distance. Actually slightly unfortunate that my head-up display of my helmet was showing me the orientation and the temperature in almost the same place. I guess the engineers, the designers, had deemed it orderly to put degrees with degrees, but that is just the opposite of what a true engineer would do. Engineer would make sure that your perception will be guided. What you see will lead you to believe, because you believe will inform your actions, and your actions will clear or not clear you. Realized to get the advanced manufactories, to get the ores, the ingots to make it happen, I would have to get some more of the nickel, because I didn't have much of it, and to make those ingots, I would have to waste quite a few resources for the furnace. So, the amount that it would produce should be worth it, is what I thought. And then I found some more water for my big blue tank in my station. Which reminded me that at some point I should also make an actual ice crusher for the volatiles that I find. Because it is very dangerous to play the game of putting the volatiles into the tank like I do. It is dangerous and it's cumbersome.
I should have a proper tank somewhere.
Hunger caution.
Hilariously, I realized I took myself towards the mountain. Even more hilariously, I realized I'd lost my station once more. Where could it be? Not too far away, I would assume. And then I found it. Still good power on my station battery. Time to recharge the main drill. I observed with curiosity that my waste canister had not filled much. I wondered if this was actually happening more on the outdoors. Anyway, I thought, let's get rid of the water. 330 liters capacity. Count me in.
Oxygen critical. Oxygen critical. Oxygen critical.
I was not sure how to proceed. After all, if I would do another smelting run of the real furnace, then it would be a waste if I would now send everything through the arc furnace. And so I decided to first move the arc furnace. Yes, my waste tank had already doubled. What was the reason, I wondered?
power low.
This time, I would also have to connect the action's logic cable, because I was about to control it with logic. To turn it on automatically whenever the stack would not be empty. And what's more, I realized I needed more cable, for which I would need copper, which I would have to smelt. And I found all of that rather funny after all I have been through. Yes, this was the right circuit. Yeah, funny story, my fellow Zrilians. I know actually of an engineer, a friend of mine, who ran with their wire cutters in this way and knocked their own teeth out. It was not a funny sight, but of course our vast surgery solved it. And I'm looking forward to establishing surgery in the station also. Oh, so far I can't, but I think the printer recipes will eventually be downloaded from our interstellar web. Now the excellence is theoretically ready, but I need to remove the old shoots, which will then allow me to create the stack. It was really time to automate the light, because it would make sense to let them burn while the sun was up. Not a large stack, but definitely better than nothing. What was missing though now was the arc furnace to have the ability to smelt whenever there would be something inside automatically. Should I reserve this for steel? This might be a bit bold, a bit early. I don't have that much iron actually, I thought. Maybe it was too early for such a move. How much iron did I have in my machines? None. 9 grams, so none. 11 grams, so none. 32 grams. Overall, not much. To make a whole stack like that would drive me to mine more. I should first of all strive to have my advanced mining drill. And so I just picked out 2 examples.
which I would then automate. And henceforth, the arc furnace would automatically smelt anything that would come into its stack. I felt like going outside and taking a look of whether I could see from sky high, possibly, some of the nickel. And realized I would also have to work on my jetpack refueling station very soon. Good thing I had already printed the necessary, is that it? Is that nickel? The necessary atmospherics kit. Is that iron or is that nickel? It's iron. In the course with me, I said, copper. Coal once more. I wondered if I should take it with me, but no. This flight was for nickel alone. Station direction 109. I thought I saw some in the distance, but I was not sure. Was it copper? Or this stuff on the mountaintop? Yes, I had found the nickel. 140-ish. I hope the ish would not prove a problem. 140. So my next goal was to make Inva in Constantine, to finally advance my mining drill, to leave all this horror behind me forever. I would just touch the mountain and it would crumble before my Zrilian might. I decided to also bring more iron and copper, for I did remember that Inva and Constantine would require gold and copper. If I would actually make my way back in time, else I would not see the resources easily. But I could be satisfied. I set out to find nickel and I found 2 stacks, almost 2 full stacks. Actually more than that even. I tried to go back home. 210 is what I had told myself. Was it still true? I hoped so. As I would meet frustration. After all my achievements, it would be really bad if this had all been in vain. But I had found a place where I probably had mined already. And so, it was probably the right location. More gold, I could not resist. 240 would have to be the direction. I realized that my battery was low, but if push would come to shove, my mining drill was well equipped. Seeing Jupiter, I tried to imagine where the sun was. Somewhere down there, I surmised. Anyway, I decided to move homewards. At least that's what I assumed I was actually doing. Yes, this place looked familiar. It couldn't be far. But I was in the wrong place. Anyway, while I was here, I decided to take some iron with me. Yet more iron. I almost hated myself for it. This was exactly what I was supposed to do once I would have a proper mining drill.
Temperature low. Temperature critical. Temperature low.
So, gold ahead. Not too much. An operative wind turbine would be nice, but no. The first thing to do was try to upgrade any manufacturers. I might have to go out again with a small drill. I hated this drill already.
out felt in my hand, shaking so unsteady and so slow. It tried to turn my hand instead of turning
Power low.
the rock. I did wonder though, where was the station? I had lost it, but I had a feeling of where I would find it.
Sinfera.
On the other side of this mountain somehow. This high, high mountain.
Power critical.
I decided to cease all mining operations for now and swap the battery. I really had lost my way once more, but I had hope. I had been good so far in my finding my station, and I would probably find it again. More to mine gold I could not resist.
Power critical.
I still had my small tablet battery, and also, of course, the mining drill battery. Then the day would come, I would find my station, and soon I would have enough electricity by means of wind turbines, so I hoped. And then I could use the beacon. I also had a battery beacon, I remembered. Or I was not sure actually, I don't remember if I found it in my lander. But I prefer the one that consumes more electricity though. The one that is installed in the station because it can be logic controlled.
Power low.
I realized that about 1/3, if not even half of my operations in this fateful 2 weeks of my landing had consisted of actually mining instead of minding my own business. I was so looking forward to that better mining drill. And then the sun was showing, at least that it was there, but it was not smiling at me. Anyway, I kept going, because I assumed I would find the station soon.
Power critical.
I had to realize that I actually lost my way once more. Hilarious considering all the things I'd achieved and how close I was to have my beacon.
Hydration critical.
I decided
Power low.
to turn off the light and wait for the sun, however lame this was for a person of my stature. I was sure I would find the station once the sun was out. I would see the landmarks, and possibly I would even look down right there at the station. Time would tell. I suspected the sun to be right here behind Jupiter, here in this spot. The sky's shading seemed to suggest so.
Power critical. Air tank low.
Oh, that would be a problem. Where was the station? I was not sure. But instinct told me to go this direction. I found lead,
Temperature low.
but I ignored
Hunger
it.
caution. Temperature critical. Temperature low. Jetpack low.
I was not sure whether I would find my station. The location did not seem familiar, and I could not find any digging holes that I would remember. Also, I was sure that I hadn't been this far
Jetpack
away.
critical.
And then I could basically no longer fly. So the situation was indeed dire once more. At this point in my progress, I was still falling for my thick-headedness. Unnecessary. But it had happened. And so I was running, hoping to find my way. I could no longer fly. The only way for me to fly would be, for example, to use fuel gas. Or possibly my own moist canister. Where was the station? I could not see it. I could not make it out. And then I could no longer fly. The pressure was just too low. I had lost the power of flight. But at least I still had the power of sight.
What candles may be held to speak? Their flowers, the tenderness of patient minds. Each slow dusk, a drawing down of lines. Only the stuttering rivals' rapid rattle
What a nightmare, I thought, but this was me being wide awake. I really had lost my way. What would I do? It was almost suffocating. I thought to wait for a moment and meditate. Which way had I gone? I could not remember. I think it was this way, maybe. Was it this way? I was like, oh, and there it was! Right around the corner. It was just behind the mountain.
Air tank critical.
And I knew I would make it in time.
Jetpack low. Jetpack critical.
So close. But I made it.
Jetpack low. Jetpack critical. Jetpack low. Jetpack critical.
That, indeed, should be one of the first things I fix. My jetpack had to be working. This I realized it was annoying me, and so I chose to change the programming right after, of course, taking a sip from my drinking bottle.
Oxygen critical.
25 degrees. Just the right temperature to actually plant something. And so, after one last verification of
Filter low.
the atmosphere, well, I realized there was not enough CO2 here. And so, I knew what to do. I would have to print another atmospherics kit. For which I would need copper. So I decided to first fix the arc furnace's ceaseless clacking and clacking. Then there was silence. But would the arc furnace do what it was supposed to? Yes. Now I realized, if need be, I could indeed make a full stack of steel, because I had enough iron reserves. I was beginning to live rich.
Hunger critical.
Yes, and for the hunger, I decided to implement a solution. Was the furnace still dangerous? Well, yes, if I would open it up like this, certainly. But that is not necessarily what I would have to do.
Oxygen critical.
So, where was the kit atmospherics? Here. I think the mission operators, the mission planning staff, that they had actually implemented the pipes that we would take with us and that would be printed by the manufacturers in a way that they would be closed. So if I could dismantle them, I would not suddenly be greeted with hot gas. Instead, I could freely dismantle them. Very, very helpful. Oh, not good. It is actually being spat out into the light. Not what I desired to happen. And so, I wonder where my chutes are. I knew I had some remaining. I know I had some chutes that I had not used. Where were they? I could not find them. Would I actually have to print more? After all this? No, they were on me, I realized.
Jetpack low. Jetpack critical. Jetpack critical. Jetpack low. Jetpack critical.
I would have enough gold to make at least one upright wind turbine without suffering the absence of the resources this would yield. This would require. Could I easily place another one? No, I would have to take another frame with me. And thus also iron sheets.
Jetpack low. Jetpack critical.
I almost knew the cable would not be sufficient. Which reminded me,
Jetpack low.
I still had to clean up some
Jetpack critical.
unnecessary cabling in a different place. Let alone some unnecessary chutes.
Sinfera on Soma FM.
Jetpack low. Jetpack critical.
$126 watts coming in. Nice. And how many watts am I consuming?
Jetpack low. Jetpack critical.
300. Certainly not. 2,000 watts? How am I sometimes using 2,000 watts? That does not make sense. There's no device here that could do that. This is not connected. Or is it the arc furnace? No. But it may be. Maybe I should turn it off to find out. Consumption 140 watts constant. $145 and 2,000. Aha! From time to time, it actually consumes more. I did not know this, even though I'm more engineer. The engineer of our ship. Anyway, I'm glad that I didn't have to burn any more coal. I mean, things are really getting better. So let's fire this up. Do I still have some gas in there that could be of potential use? Well, not quite. Also, it's at minus 54 degrees. But it's getting warmer. I don't quite understand why that is happening. Anyway, the way I have piped this up will actually cool down the room, which is not wise, but I cannot expect perfection. I am still at the beginning. So, these are the gases that I desire. Now I will just start pumping and see what happens. Nothing at first. Though something appears to be happening. Yes, the amount of CO2 in the station is increasing very, very slightly. I'm sure. I wonder why it's getting hotter. It's heating up rather quickly. What is happening? Why is my activity here where I'm pumping away that gas? Or is it the sun? I don't quite understand. But no matter, if I want to... Oh no. If I want to get some CO2 in here for my plants, I can now do so. I choose to continue my marathon in 2 weeks, which are now kind of over. I choose to continue by making the substances required, which is Invar and Constantin. Invar is harder to make, so let's start with it. I will need iron and nickel. And for this, I will need copper and nickel. Do I have enough copper? 48. This is not good. This is all the copper I brought? 36. 9. I was taken aback. But not. I could just reduce the stack that I was about to make to 48. This would not be fatal, it would just be slightly inconvenient. And then I will also need this Of course, ultimately, I would want to make a step of steel as the finishing touch, and if there would still be heat remaining, I could smelt the silicon. Okay. Let's go at it then. This is turned off. It would be not so good if it were turned on. So, the goal here is very high pressure and a temperature that is not too high. But I believe rather the pressure would be high than the temperature, and so it is good to start for Invar with an empty furnace. Immediately, the temperature in my station rose significantly, and I knew I had to keep an eye open for that, and also for any loose objects, which would now love to roll outwards the planet,
Waste tank caution.
as I was
Waste
trying
tank critical.
to get rid of the too high temperature.
Temperature low. Temperature critical. Temperature low.
There was no danger of the gas I was unleashing to get into the station, while there was an overpressure situation. Now I would have to put in the right materials. Iron and nickel was the choice here, which I realized I had not yet prepared. Was not high enough, and so I had to sacrifice even more of my fuel materials. Oh no, this would not be good.
Power low.
Immediately, I replaced the battery on my air scrubber. Rose, and so did the pressure. The pressure would have to reach 18 megapascals. It was quite below that. So I had to add yet more. Now the temperature was too high, but I knew that rather the temperature would fall than the pressure. Also almost reached. I knew I could make it. It was but a few moments before the right mixture would have been achieved, and then I would have the precious Invar. I already saw the pressure drop, and so I feared
But fret not, that was the invar. Next, I put in materials for the constant. Das Konstantan. Megapascals and up. A bit more was required, not much though. And then it was accomplished. Degrees would certainly have damaged plants in here, and so I would have to find a way to automatically cool my station. I would have to install a door that could automatically be opened. The electronics printer would now have to create the electronics printer mod. For this though, I would need steel. Fortunately, I was about to make some. Lots of it. And once all of this would have transpired, in consequence I would also be able to fill my station with lots of CO2. Probably very hot CO2, but that was not really a problem for me. So I started the pump. Immediately, the temperature skyrocketed, and I wondered if the way I implemented this was even productive. I wondered how there could be N2O in the atmosphere.
Hydration critical.
Before I could strike again, I rather decided to open my waste canister. I knew that the furnace was a fickle beast. Currently, it looked as if the amount of CO2 in the room was only increasing very, very slowly. But I knew that at some point, suddenly, the influx would skyrocket. I didn't know how exactly the furnace would do such behavior, but I had seen it in the past. So, I could not leave the device unoversighted. I was rather confused how long it would take for the furnace to give up some of its precious materials into my filtration unit, which was indeed running. And now the effect that I had described was kicking in. The temperature was rising, and so was the CO2. I waited until the CO2 had spread out in the station before I once again pushed the button that would cool my station significantly. This would also waste CO2, I knew that. I realized that better cooling solution would be much more cool. But for now, I want to keep increasing the CO2 ratio.
which it did, just like the temperature. 4%. 5%. But it was too hot. Way too hot. But now I did have my 5% CO2. The temperature was still rather high, but the mixture was nice. And the mod was completed, so I could now upgrade my electronics better. After this now, I could make the modifications for the tool printer, which I did first, for this would benefit me most immediately.
Hunger caution.
And then I decided to be daring and actually took one of my seeds and planted it. One of my precious potato seeds. I was now committed, and therefore the next step was that I took the plant light and also wired it up. It would control it with my brand new logic circuitry. I just wondered if I had enough cables to make this happen. The next thing I would need was coolant. It was way too hot once more. Next thing I would need. Oh no, I realized the printing process had been aborted by the cable network change. The thing that I did not appreciate, but this is the way things worked here. Now I would want to use the daylight sensor, and I placed it right at the microchip, for that would express its purpose best. And now I could control the light, the grow light, automatically. It was but a small step to get there. My potato was thriving towards fruiting. And so I started printing the tool printer mod. Meanwhile, I would program the daylight sensor, the grow light accordingly. and thus I would have automated my lighting. Soon this should kick in, for I already saw the morning dawning. And I wondered what this effect was that would step me over from one location to the other in just that split every time when I got there. I'd observed this earlier. This was really a weird effect, and so obscure I did not dare to report it. And it happened. I was carried over. I'd never seen such a thing. The solar angle was already where it should be, but the light had not turned on. So I wanted to verify if I had done things correctly. I could not detect the mistake that I would have made, and so as a first step, I decided to turn on the light manually. This would reveal whether it was under the control of the logic chip, and it appeared it was not. How could this be, I wondered? What mistake had I made?
Health low.
But first I decided to deal with my immediate needs. The temperature was still way too high, and I was very thirsty.
Oxygen critical.
I realized the greenhouse would probably be a good idea.
Waste tank caution. Waste tank critical.
Once again,
Temperature low.
my dragon breath was on fire.
Jetpack low. Jetpack low. Jetpack critical.
And then the sun was out. I surmised it was still too hot for the plant to grow properly, and so I released some more temperature into the cold heat. Released some heat into the cold atmosphere of the planet. The only thing missing still was the autolight mod, and so I printed it. And I realized I had upgraded all the manufactories, and it was so fast. And so I went over to the tool manufacturing, and the first thing I did, even though I had planned to do different things first, a heavy mining drill. Steel, electrum, invar, solder. I would need lots of resources for the electronic splinter.
Hunger critical.
gas mixer, only 2% CO2 or 3. I wasn't too happy about that. But if I would keep waiting, the furnace would keep cooling down further, and then I could just pump its CO2 freely into the station without fear of heating things up too much. So why had the grow light not turned on automatically like I told it to do? And then I realized it must have been a missing export click. But no, that was not it. What the fuck was it? I wondered. Load patch into this register from the sense day. Structure, daylight, sensor, vertical. What is it that I would need now? Steel, electrum, invar, and solder. So I took the steel, split it up, wondering what was in the device. Oh, I melted water. I thought once more. Invar and solder were required. And now the heavy mining drill was on the way. At this point, I decided to print 2 or 3 large batteries, for those were sorely needed. I would need gold, copper, and steel. I did not have much gold. So I thought. I was sure that the potato plant, if successful, would only yield 1 fruit, for it had been in too much stress, certainly. I was just wondering why the grow light would not react to my logic control. After all, that might have been the only problem here. Once again the snow hit, and so I had more electricity at my disposal. 2.4 kilowatts were coming into my station, driven by 3 800-watt wind turbines. This would surely do some damage, inspiring me to print a second station battery. was so hungry I almost forgot to eat.
Oxygen critical.
Next time, I would have the heavy mining drill. Now finally I believe to understand what it means to be taken aback. I was standing here, and then suddenly
Waste tank caution.
I was
Waste
taken
tank
aback
critical.
because my waste tank was once more full.
Jetpack low. Jetpack critical.
This is what taken aback means. I was taken aback. But the storm was over too quickly. The batteries could not charge properly. I did not. I wasn't sad. I knew I had enough resources now to survive anything. Except known stupidity, maybe. But other than that, I would destroy it once more. This is probably the most rigged potato plant ever to have seen the light of dark. Now, finally it was time to make my tool belt, which would require iron and constantan, which I had. This would now change my life.
You are listening to music from
Air tank low.
Synthera and Exosphere on Soma FM.
Where had I put the labeler, I wondered? Had I lost it? Was it still in some obscure box? Yes, it was still in some obscure box. What obscure things did I still have in my boxes, I wondered? Well, that thing. The flags and also the paints. But that is all. Well, and of course, my seeds and some eggs which for some reason were still viable. I could not believe it. I still had viable eggs after all this. Day 15. As a Zrilian on this cold, hostile world, with all the things that I've done here, I still have viable eggs. Unfathomable. But why was the glow light not being controlled? By my logic circuitry, I could not fathom. What was the reason? The cables, they were connected. They were connected in full. The usual mistake is, of course, to forget the data connection. But I had not forgotten it. I was writing to that light that it shall be on. And then it struck me. Or it didn't. No, it didn't. It didn't strike me. And I thought to myself, what the fuck is this shit? Why is this not working? I thought. And I had no answer. I could not know. Something obscure that I must have overlooked. Maybe I would find out in time, but time, it was not. I had been running around for 15 days without pause. And now it was really time to take a nap. Or it was already 2 in the morning, or whatever that means. And therefore, I chose to fill up my air tank. And turn on the internal lights. And stand in a corner like a doofus. Zoom in. And call it a night. See you next time, my fellow Zrilians.